As provided by SCR 1615, the sine die session of 2020 Kansas Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats, and the clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgartner, Berger, Billinger, Boyer, Bowers, Braun, Denning, Dahl, Estes, Fauskado, Francisco, Givens, Goddard, Haley, Hardy, Hawk, Hensley, Hildebrand, Holland, Kirshen, Longbine, Lynn, Masterson, McGinn, Miller, Olson, Peterson, Petty, Pyle, Rucker, Skubal, Solentrop, Sykes, Taylor, Thompson, Tyson, Wagle, Ware, Wilborn.
Senators and their guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to our Senate chaplain, Pastor Washington.
I want to say before the prayer that it has really been a blessing serving you this session, and we're not done yet. Over the summer, the rest of the year, if any of you would be interested in copies of the prayers, that book of the prayers that you've encouraged me to write is still available. In fact, you can even go to our website, trythetruthministries.org, and order a copy. We'll get it to you. You ready for prayer? Heavenly Father, it is by your grace that we're closing out the legislative session this year. In spite of the fears, frustration, and emotional upheaval, you've kept us, and you are keeping us. We've tried social distancing to stay safe. We've looked at wearing masks. We've looked at washing our hands, not touching our faces, and the wearing of gloves. But two of the words you've given us are fear not. Don't be afraid. When the psalmist David's life was miraculously spared, you had him to share with us from Psalm 34 these encouraging words, verses 1 through 10. I will bless the Lord at all times. His praise shall continually be in my mouth. My soul shall make its boast in the Lord. The humble shall hear of it and be glad. Oh, magnify the Lord with me, and let us exalt his name together. I sought the Lord, and he heard me and delivered me from all my fears. They looked to him and were radiant, and their faces were not ashamed. This poor man cried out, and the Lord heard him and saved him out of all his troubles. The angel of the Lord encamps all around those who fear him and delivers them. Oh, taste and see that the Lord is good. Blessed is the man who trusts in him. Oh, fear the Lord, you, his saints. There's no want to those who fear him. The young lions lack and suffer hunger, but those who seek the Lord shall not lack any good thing. Lord, as we finish up here, please continue to keep us safe. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please continue standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Washington, don't leave. We want to thank you for being our spiritual guide during session, and thank you for all your prayers and your humility, and thank you for focusing our attention on things of above. So God bless you and thank you, and we all want to honor you, and we just want you to know we appreciate your prayers.
To God be the glory. To God be the glory. To God be the glory for the things He has done.
The chair recognizes the Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn, for an announcement.
Thank you, Madam President. The Senate Judiciary Committee will meet immediately in the old Supreme Court room. This should be brief. Now, I wish they wouldn't have said that. But so we will all go to the Supreme Court room right now for a hearing. Thank you.
They're going to go to work in Judiciary, and we're going to move some bills around. At this time, I'm withdrawing House Bill 2619 and House Bill 2480 from the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance and referring to the Committee on Ways and Means. I'm withdrawing House Bill 2713 and House Bill 2447 from the Committee on Judiciary and referring to the Committee on Ways and Means. And I'm withdrawing the Senate substitute for House Bill 2585 from the calendar under the heading of General Orders and referring it to the Committee on Ways and Means. Messages from the Governor. The clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 66 has been signed, approved March 25th, 2020. Senate Bill number 173 has been signed, approved April 2nd, 2020. Respectfully, Laura Kelly, Governor.
A listing of executive orders and directives received since our March 19th session will be listed in today's journal. Messages from the House. The clerk will read.
The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2168, announcing adoption of SCR 1615.
Communications from state officers. The clerk will read.
From the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, report from the Healthcare Access Improvement Panel.
This report will be on file and will be available from the Secretary of the Senate for review at any time. At this time, I'm withdrawing House Bill 2619 and House Bill 2480 from the Committee on Ways and Means and re-referring to the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance. I'm withdrawing House Bill 2713 and House Bill 2447 from the Committee on Ways and Means and re-referring to the Committee on Judiciary. I'm also withdrawing Senate substitute for House Bill 2585 from the Committee on Ways and Means and referring to the calendar of general orders. At this time, I'm withdrawing the appointments of David Moses from the Committee on Federal and State Affairs, Lee Tatum Haskell from the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance, and Talal Khan from the Committee on Public Health and Welfare, and referring to the Committee on Confirmation Oversight. At this time, we are waiting for some committee reports. And so we're going to stand at ease until we can get those from the revisor's office.
advice and view of having an amendment for everything.
When?
Today. Or she did it last night in caucus.
Oh, she said that? Did she really?
Oh, yeah.
Why did she bring that up?
Oh, because we were talking about trying to keep amendments down so we can keep
Fuck her.
bills going, headed over to the House so they wouldn't leave, blah, blah, blah. She said, well, I know Senator Holland has an amendment for everything. And, you know, she does her little digs.
I know.
There you go.
If I don't call you out by name, can I say, well, can I hear you were trashing me in your caucus last night?
Well, I don't like that kind of stuff. You know, if I make it past the finish line in November, I'm so looking
I don't
forward.
mind. I don't mind if she's saying that. That's
I know,
fine.
but I'm just saying next session is going to be like Nirvana.
And who in your caucus said, well, Senator Holland has good policy. That's why he offers the amendments.
I know.
Anybody stand up for me?
Golden years.
Nobody stood up for me, did they? Did she bring up golden years?
Yes.
Well, it's going to be funny is if that comes up today, I will roll call that vote. And if y'all vote for the bankers cut, don't vote for that.
Yeah.
That should make some good postcard material.
But you know what? And I'm losing my Eisenhower bill. But I'm going to get it all back.
For sure. But I'm coming back and I'll introduce those bills that are not here. So it's like they're
Yeah.
not going anywhere.
Yeah, right.
But well, so let me ask you now. We're not going to be able to offer amendments today.
We want what?
We're not going to
The Senate will come to order. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Johnson County, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. I move the Senate suspend Joint Rule 4K to consider the following bills. Senate substitute for House Bill 2118, House Bill 2466, Senate substitute for House Bill 2137, Senate substitute for House Bill 2619, Senate substitute for House Bill 2396, Senate substitute for House Bill 2713, Senate substitute for House Bill 2034, Senate substitute for House Bill 2585, Senate substitute for House Bill 2018, Senate substitute for House Bill 2480, Senate substitute for House Bill 2447, and Senate substitute for House Bill 2244.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We're going to go back to reports of standing committees. The clerk will read.
Madam President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends HB 2118 as amended by the House Committee on the Whole be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill 2018, and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Tyson, chairperson. Madam President, the Committee on Commerce recommends HB 2154 be amended by substituting with a new bill and to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill 2154, and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Lynn, chairperson. Madam President, the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance recommends HB 2452 be passed. Senator Olson, chairperson. Madam President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends HB 2466 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Tyson, chairperson. Madam President, the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance recommends HB 2480 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill 2480 as follows, and the Senate bill be passed. Senator Olson, chairperson. Madam President, the Committee on Assessment and Taxation recommends HB 2490 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill 2490, and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Tyson, chairperson. Madam President, the Committee on Financial Institutions and Insurance recommends HB 2619 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill 2619, and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Olson, chairperson.
The chair once again recognizes the Majority Leader from Johnson County, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Madam President. I move an emergency be declared, the rule suspended, and the following bills be advanced to final action, subject to amendment, debate, and roll call. Senate substitute for House Bill 2118, House Bill 2466, Senate substitute for House Bill 2137, Senate substitute for House Bill 2619, Senate substitute for House Bill 2396, Senate substitute for House Bill 2713, Senate substitute for House Bill 2034, Senate substitute for House Bill 2585. Senate substitute for House Bill 2018. Senate substitute for House Bill 2480. Senate substitute for House Bill 2447. And Senate substitute for House Bill 2244.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. When we're debating subject to debate and roll call, I want to remind each senator that they are only allowed to debate twice. They can only be recognized twice. Under debate, subject to roll call, that's the orders that we're under today. To explain Senate substitute for House Bill 2118 and to adopt a committee report, the chair recognizes a senator from Lynn County, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam President. There were amendments to the report. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. This is legislation that this body has seen before. I will quote one of our senators, our good friends, that recently he put out, "It removes the shell game of who raised property taxes." The bill is about transparency, it's about local control, and it's about taxpayers having a voice. What we did, Madam Chair, in the Senate Tax Committee was we included Senate Bill 294, Senate Bill 295. When people work on their property with normal maintenance, they would not be in fear of valuation increases. There was one other change that the committee made to the bill, Madam President, and it deals with the circumstances that we're under with the COVID-19. And it demonstrates how aware the Senate is of this situation and how it is impacting our constituency. What the amendment does is delays the property tax penalties and interest from May 10th until August 10th of this year. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Are there questions? Senator from Douglas County, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I do not have a question. I do have an amendment. I just got them on my desk. I'm going to sign them and run them over to the secretary.
Okay.
The amendment is S3478. I'll have that to the clerks pronto. Thank you.
So each senator can speak twice to the base bill and twice to each amendment.
If I may, Madam President, I
Yes.
have an amendment. It's already turned in, so can we get that off the table first?
With permission from the senator who has the floor, Senator Holland. Okay. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam President. As I said, the Senate Tax Committee did really good work, but we were also watching what was going on the opposite side of the building with our friends in the House. There was a House bill that passed out of House Tax Committee that would allow county treasurers to set up payment plans. Currently in statute, it reads that the treasurers have the ability to set up a payment plan post-delinquent, so after the payment is delinquent. What this amendment will do is allows the treasurer flexibility to set up a payment plan whether the account be delinquent or not. Under these times, again, I think it makes perfect sense, and I hope that the body would support me in this amendment.
Under the orders of final action subject to amendment, debate, and roll call, you have to give us the number of your amendment. Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam President. It is 3472.
Okay, the amendment is available. Does anyone want the amendment read? There are copies available. And the chair did explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. The explanation is, as stated, that it allows the county treasurers the option to set up a payment plan for property tax.
Okay, it looks like the amendment is passed out. Are there questions on the amendment? Do you need a copy? You have a question? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for the senator from Lynn.
She'll answer.
As I looked at the proposed amendment, I know some things that we might be looking at or have been speaking about today have sunsets, and as I look at this, I see that this would then become, if passed, and there is no sunset. Is that correct?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam President. That is correct. It's good policy going forward. It's something that the House was considering and the Senate was considering. We just ran out of time. I think we would have seen this policy before us if we wouldn't have adjourned earlier.
Thank you.
Further questions on the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Yeah, so as the way I read the amendment from the chair, it sounds like we're lining to establish a payment plan in lieu of making a partial payment, so we're providing more flexibility to the taxpayer. Is that correct?
Senator Flynn.
Yes, that is, Madam President.
Thank you. Appreciate the clarification. I rise in support of the amendment.
Further questions? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a question. I am in support of this, but was there any discussion in committee about, this is great for property owners, but those who may be renting, that there could have been a payment plan if they were delinquent?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam President. This deals with property tax. As far as renters, they pay property tax through their rent, but not a direct payment to property tax.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. I'm just trying to look at fairness for all Kansans. I think this is good policy for those who are landowners, and wishing this had also included those renters who may also be struggling, but thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I would address that in the sense that the property owner hopefully will consider, and I'm sure they will consider, their renters under this situation and work with them on their finances also. This is good policy, and I think it's needed.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Braun.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this. I think this gives the local control more flexibility than they currently have. I'm surprised that it isn't current law, and rise in support of this. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, further questions on the amendment? Senator from Douglas, are you wanting to address? Okay. Senator from Finney County, Senator Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the senator carrying the bill.
She'll stand for questions.
Is it true that when they have the hearing for this tax hearing, that the governing body itself must vote on it on that same day? They won't have a chance to debate the bill and then go home and reflect, check with their constituents?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam President. It actually reflects the process that we have up here. Bills are introduced, so the property tax would be introduced. People would receive their letter. They don't wait till the day of the meeting to respond to their legislators. They respond throughout. The meeting is the final deadline as to when the vote is. So it is discussed, it is worked throughout. It's just there is a deadline for the vote, and it's the day of the meeting. And I would also tell the body, you know, I've discussed several times, I know you've all heard it, this has been policy in Utah, Tennessee, over 35 years. Well, I went out to do some research last night and coincidentally found this is policy that's been in place in Minnesota since 1988. So we're not reinventing the wheel here, we're just making the wheel better.
Senator from Finney.
So the question, because governing bodies cannot meet more than 2 people at a time to discuss any legislation because of the sunshine rules. So they will have to vote on this bill the same day that it's debated within their governing body, correct?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam President. That is not accurate. They can schedule other meetings, public meetings. They can have the press at those meetings. They can discuss it whenever they want. They just have to be open and transparent about it, and the voting is the day of the meeting.
Senator from Finney.
I'm done.
Further questions? Senator from Douglas. Senator
Thank you,
Francisco.
Madam Chair. I do have a question for the senator from Lynn, if she would stand for it.
She will.
As I'm reading this, I'm assuming that what this really does is allow for the establishment of a payment plan for either delinquent or undelinquent taxes. Because right now, we just allow for the treasurers to accept partial payment. How does this help an individual or a taxpayer other than they are telling their treasurer what their plans are?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam President. And the taxpayer doesn't tell the treasurer has the authority to set up the payment plan. What this does is, we've had individuals throughout this process, the comment made, why don't we have a payment plan for property tax? And if people want to pay in ahead, then they would be able to. I would recommend that you pay into a savings account, earn the interest off the account, then pay your property tax. But if you want to pay in advance to the government, this would more than allow that.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam President. I think that this could require more bookkeeping for our treasurers, and it cannot modify in any way the consequences of untimely payment. So in fact, if, many people do pay if they have a mortgage on their house, they're paying monthly. But again, I think it would be better to say that you could accept early payments or early partial payments of property tax rather than require the establishment of a payment plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. May I respond?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. This allows the flexibility of the treasurer to decide. It's not a mandate, it's optional, whether they participate. We're hoping that they do, but it does give them the flexibility that they do not have right now. I do know that some treasurers are already doing this. This just codifies it in law.
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam President. And just for a point of clarity before I start, I'm already standing, so if I've already used my one of two throughout the whole entire day, I apologize. But is it one per bill or one for the entire day? You could stand up twice and talk.
Oh, you can talk twice to each amendment, twice to the bill as a whole.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I stand in support of this amendment, and there were some good questions about why or how useful this would be. I'm just going to give you some examples of where I live in southeast Kansas. At one time, I was a county commissioner, and when we do our budgets, when counties do their budgets, if you look at the very end, they will have a percentage of what delinquent taxes will be. In Cherokee County, that was over almost $2 million that we had to allot just for delinquent taxes. When someone owes a tax in Cherokee County or any county in Kansas, just to give you a good example, a $100,000 home, you're going to pay upwards of $1,500 to $2,000 in property taxes annually. if that person owns their home, there is no mortgage, no escrow. They have to pay for that. And if you can set up a payment plan where they can do that monthly, you are going to see counties change that 9% delinquent figure when they do their budgets annually. You're going to see that drop, and that direct cost will help offset some of the other costs that they might be out by allowing someone to pay in partial payments. I think it is very important, especially in my part of Kansas, where we are not one of the more wealthiest counties, one of the more wealthiest regions. We're one of the more poverty-stricken regions, and this will help Southeast Kansans out tremendously. I stand in support and would urge my colleagues to support it as well. Thank you.
Okay, before we move on, I need everyone to check their mics and make sure they're turned off if they're not addressing the chair. There are some private conversations that are being heard outside the room. Senator from Reno, Senator Berger.
Will the senator from Lynn stand for a question?
She will.
What kind of autonomy will the county treasurer have, or will this be at the direction of the county commission? The county commission direct the treasurer to do the payment plan, or the treasurer independently decide to make that decision?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam President. The treasurer can accept input from the commissioners, but the final decision lies with the treasurer.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions? Have you moved your amendment, Senator from Lynn?
I move my amendment.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Senator from Lynn, did you want me to recognize you or?
Yes.
Okay, Senator from Lynn.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam President. I understand there are other amendments coming, and I understand that there are going to try to get gotcha votes, postcard votes. This is not the day to do that, you guys. I just respect this body so much that I ask that we go forward with the bill that we have presented right now at this moment. I do understand we put an amendment on, and we moved out of the it was legislation that came from the House. It was good policy. We've got great policy in here. Senate Bill 294 passed the Senate 39-0. Senate Bill 295 passed the Senate 39-1. It's allowing for delayed payments, taking into advice of the COVID. I ask that the body hold tight and that we put forward this great legislation for our constituents and for the state of Kansas.
Okay. Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Can I raise a point? Was that a motion that was just made, or was that just a comment about the bill? Can I get a clarification, Madam Speaker?
It was a comment about her opinion about the bill. She didn't make a motion. We're on the bill. Senator from Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, this is, I have one amendment that I'll be offering today. It is Amendment 3472. This is in no way meant to be a gotcha vote. This is a bill that passed out of this body 39-0. This is the Golden Years property tax freeze that everybody voted on and supported last year.
Senator from Douglas, can you check your number? We think we have a difference of opinion on the number.
Wait a second. I'm sorry. I was just referring inadvertently, incorrectly to the previous amendment that was offered. This is 3478.
Okay. Thank you for clarification. You may proceed.
Okay.
478.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I bring before the body today Amendment 3478. This is Golden Year property tax relief. I'm going to take off the old mask here. I'm finding it a little bit cumbersome. We'll be protected later. So I want to spend just a couple minutes reviewing this with the body. And please understand, I support the underlying bill. This is in no way an attempt to torpedo the underlying bill. For those of you who recall, we debated 294 on the floor. I spoke strongly in its favor, because I do believe it does get rid of that tax lid, which I think is going to be important in a post-COVID environment. So I look at this as something that not only strengthens the underlying bill, but quite honestly, for your fixed income seniors and disabled vets who live in growth areas in this state, it protects them from literally being taxed out of their homes. And so what I want to do briefly is, you should have a handout out your desk. I'll review that with you in a bit. So if you recall, basically what the Golden Years did is that if you're a disabled veteran, 50% or more, or if you're age 65 or older, then you can make an application to Kansas Department of Revenue. And this is just like you would make, say, the homestead refund that's currently done, or the Safe Senior program that is currently done. And so what this bill does is basically, this is what they call a circuit breaker, a property tax circuit breaker. The neat thing about this is that it actually provides property tax certainty. If you look at our circuit breaker programs that we have currently in place, folks do get a rebate, but their property taxes in these growth areas continue to go up year after year. They continue to face ever-increasing property tax pressures. This is the bill that we voted on 39-0 last year, okay, that basically provides a de facto freeze by having the state rebate the amount, the difference between the year in which they qualified to have their property taxes frozen and their current tax year. So what this program does, it holds local units harmless. It does nothing to them. They get their money in full, and it's coming out of the state general fund. That's what this bill does. You've seen it before. And I want to basically let the bill committee know about the progress. So this bill passed out 39-0 last year. It went to the House Commerce Committee. Chairman Johnson gave us a courtesy hearing right at the end of the session last year, but it was so late he didn't want to take it up then. We did have a full hearing on the bill in the House earlier this year. And between the time that we did the initial presentation to Chairman Johnson, the House committee, and then we did the hearing this year, I reached out to various groups. I talked to certain members in the House Tax Committee. I talked to some of the larger counties who this is a big issue with them, particularly Johnson County. And so at their suggestion, I have put in some things that made stakeholders even more comfortable with this language. And so that's why I want to refer to you is that, so in addition to the 104 we had last year, okay, what has is that basically there are some things in there that counties were asking for. Right now we have two property tax relief mechanisms, the homestead and the Safe Senior. Johnson County and other counties intimated that they didn't want to have to deal with 3 circuit breaker programs. They asked us to get rid of one of the other 2. So we took out the Safe Senior program because it affects the least amount of people. The second thing they asked for is basically they asked for us to get rid of basically the sliding rebate for renters for disabled veterans. You will recall prior to the implementation of the Brownback tax cuts, in the original homestead, there was a sliding rebate for renters. All of that came out. As part of the work we did last year in tax committee, your Senate tax committee voted to put a sliding rebate for the veteran renters back into the bill. At the request of, once again, multiple stakeholders, because once again, from an administrative standpoint, that got taken out. So that was something to question and acquiesce to that. I do know that one of the folks on the Republican side in the House Tax Committee, we showed them the fiscal runs of this. They were still concerned. We turned around, and in the amendment before you, we put in a fiscal cap of you could not get more than $2,500 a year on a rebate for this program. And I might point out that's one of the problems we have right now in the Safe Senior safety valve. It affects very few people.
like about 7,000 households. The problem is the actual maximum awards coming from that rebate for the top families are like over $5,000 a year. And you know, we have tens of thousands of households across Kansas that face this growing property tax year after year that get no relief at all. So we have addressed that inequity as part of that. The other things we did basically were mechanical changes to the bill. We basically obviously updated it, so we made the base tax year 2019. We made the first tax year that this goes into effect on tax year 2020. We also, so it makes it current. And so basically then we changed the deadline. This was a request once again for Johnson County that we basically changed this claimant deadline date from October 15th to October 1st. So those were improvements we put in on behalf of the amendment. I want to point out to the body, this is not a bill that Senator Holland from 3rd District dreamed up. This original Senate Bill 91 that was the genesis to went into 104 that had the 39-0 votes. This had strong bipartisan support. We had co-sponsors, we had conservative Republicans, we had progressive Democrats, we had moderate folks, okay? Senator from, where is she? Anyway, Senator Baumgartner, Senator Lynn, Senator Dahl, Senator Faust-Godot. I've never seen a tax bill that had all of these parties. I apologize did I break a rule?
Point of order, Madam President.
Okay, Senator from Lynn.
The ranking is breaking the rules of the chamber.
Okay, I apologize. I retract that statement. Point is that we had broad support across the body for this bill. People want this bill because they realize that their constituents are hurting. And this is a great way to do that. This is a way to provide them property tax relief. So that's what this bill does. I want to then talk about just the piece of paper I put on your desk. This is the SB 104's amendment. I just had Department of Folks, Legislative Research, Department of Revenue, actually put these revised numbers together. This bill actually has a positive fiscal note in fiscal year 2021. It actually brings $900,000 into the state's coffers. We're going to make some money on this. And it does that because it gets rid of that Safe Senior program and shifts more rebates over to a whole lot broader base of folk. Okay? And you can see afterwards that in fiscal year 2022, 2023, there is a stair step of a fiscal note of about a little over $6 million a year. And we have run legislative runs, and this basically tails off somewhere around between years 10 and 12, because what you have happening is you have then those seniors that either get out of their homesteads, they move into assisted living, or they die. And so you see a churn of that property. So it does cap off. So basically, just to recap this, once again, this is a program for disabled veteran homeowners. This is your senior homeowners, 65 and older. The homestead has to be $350,000 or less. Your annual income has to be $50,000 or less. The number of households that qualify under this, for the golden years of the program, you'd have over 86,000 households qualifying for this. 86,000 seniors, disabled vets. Next year, on average, that rebate coming from the state is going to be $70. $70. And every year that they're in that home, based upon this very reasonable growth rate of 4% on real estate in those growth areas, that $70 is going to stair step to $140, $210, $280. That is real money and real savings to keep those seniors and those vets in their homes who live in those growth areas faced by ever rising property taxes.
So with that, Madam President, I would be happy to stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Madam President. I will not be supporting the amendment, and I'm asking the body not to either. Just through the discussion, you can tell that the amendment has taken the bill and made massive changes to make it more palatable to the House and so forth. It's not designed to be run today. That's another bill that needs some serious vetting. So I will be voting against the amendment.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Miller.
Thank you, Madam President. Maybe I misunderstood the carrier of the amendment. Would you repeat what you said about our previous action on this, on Senate Bill 104?
Madam Chair, the Senate Bill 104, my understanding, passed out of the Senate of the Whole on this floor March 27th, 2019 by a vote of 39 to nothing.
It'd be 39 to 0.
My apologies.
And is, if I may, Madam President, is this proposed amendment vastly different, or different in any way, from the bill that we debated, previously voted on, and passed 39 to 0? Are there massive changes to what we voted on?
Senator from Douglas.
Okay, so just so we're in the clear here, okay? There were two other pieces in Senate Bill 104 as it passed off the floor last year. There was the Kansas Taxpayer Protection Act. I believe this was the H&R Block deal. I believe that language has been picked up in another bill. We had the Taxpayer Protection Act itself, the language. And then there was, I believe, an expense deduction thing in there as well, too. So when we talk about the bill 104, yes, it was the vote on those three pieces. But the golden years was, in my mind, the thrust of that legislation.
And if I may, Madam President, I would agree with that characterization, that what's being proposed here is not significantly different from what we've already voted on and passed 39 to 0, meaning every one of us but one has already said we thought this was a great idea. Somebody brought up the term postcard. I guess that's in anticipation of events occurring later this year. But so right now, if I was worried about a postcard, I could put a postcard out that said I voted for Senate Bill 104 to do all these terrific things for these groups of people. And I imagine that should I vote no on your proposed amendment, I could expect a postcard that would say that I really didn't mean it, that I voted for relief for these deserving groups of people merely for show. But when it came down to actually doing something, I took a pass. I went the other direction so I could say that I did the good thing earlier on my postcard. The underlying bill includes a number of things that attempt to address problems that people will have relative to property taxes. And there's nothing wrong with the provisions of the underlying bill. But my analogy is that the things that are in there are like using a Band-Aid to stop the bleeding when your finger's been cut off. What you need for real relief is a tourniquet in such a situation. And that's what this amendment would provide. And I made the comments before that this business about if you work on your home, ordinary repair, that's really just feel-good language. Because if you look closely at that language, the appraisers will have every opportunity to raise values regardless of that provision, and they will. If you talk about delaying payment so that people can avoid interest, that's good, but that's not going to address the underlying problem of high property taxes. I rise in support of the amendment. It's a real tourniquet. It actually will give me the opportunity, or anyone else who might be seeking office, to say, I did something of consequence for those of you who are struggling as a veteran or a senior on your fixed incomes in order to pay your property tax. I didn't just do a lot of window dressing for those people who couldn't pay and are delinquent, for those people who took time off these last couple months to spend their time working on their home. I may have to answer later when local units of government, no longer confined by a tax lid, do increase their mill levies substantially in response to what's going to happen to local units of government as a consequence of the pandemic. I will have to explain to them why it was I took that protection away, that protection from local units of government raising taxes unrestrained. And I don't know that it will be acceptable that I simply say, well, at least they had to tell you they were doing it. And that's what, quote, truth in taxation is that they have to tell you that they're raising your property taxes, as opposed to the current state of the law where they can't do it unless you as a voter get a chance to weigh in and vote on that particular measure. So I worry about that postcard, and I'll have a hard time explaining to them why it was I thought at this time we should lift the lid on local units of government and allow them unrestrained increases in property taxes. But at least if I can get this amendment on, or if the senator from, is it Douglas? Franklin. Okay, I don't want to break any rule there. But if the senator from Douglas is successful in offering this amendment, that'll make for a really nice postcard for me to tell people who are affected that I actually did something that provided you some real relief instead of just moving the cups around and pretending that I did. Thank you for offering this amendment. It comes especially today, and more so than when we voted before, more so today it is necessary to provide real property tax relief to the people that are covered under the bill. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Further comments on the bill? Senator from Lynn, did you have a comment? Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam President. We have been told that this is the bill that passed out of the Senate 39-0, that it is a portion of. But when the carrier of the amendment was speaking, he said that we made changes to this amendment. Would he clarify those changes and as to who we are?
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'd be happy to review, as I told the body before, that based upon, once again, the bill coming out of the Senate, this being one of three policy pieces, 39-0, we had the hearing basically earlier this year with specific recommendations put forward to the House Tax Committee based upon feedback we got from them of what they wanted to see, as long as feedback from Johnson County, one of the largest counties in the state, where, believe me, this is a hot button topic for them. So once again, I will review the changes to the golden year policy piece portion. Hold on a second, Madam Chair. I got to find my notes real quick. Okay, so once again, the policy pieces what we're doing is that we removed the safe senior safety valve program. Okay, that was one of two existing safety valve programs on the property tax rebate. Currently, we use your K40. We removed, once again, at the request of stakeholders, we removed the portion of allowing disabled veteran renters to get a sliding reback bait from the homestead provision of that. Once again, that was asked to be removed as the same reason as getting rid of the safe senior. You've got too much administrative burden on the counties to handle this program. We had the request to put in a cap of $2,500 so that no household could receive more than $2,500 annually on their rebate. One of the problems we have right now with safe seniors, we have certain households getting over $5,200 a year. And yet you have tens of thousands of households in high growth areas not getting any relief at all. That was another change we put in. And I think that pretty much sums up the changes, Madam Chair.
Senator Lynn, did that answer your question?
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to point out a few things. One is, yes, that was testimony that was heard. That never passed out of the House, even out of the House Tax Committee. So, granted, it is changes that were made by the carrier of the amendment. However, that is all that we have seen those changes. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. That happens when we're working on policy. But I want you guys to understand this program. Yes, we absolutely need to do something for our seniors and our disabled veterans. I completely agree with that. And I supported the original legislation. But all this does is transfers that burden into the state coffers. So we have local governments that would continue or could continue raising property taxes. We would be helping a small group, yes, a very much needed group, but we would not be addressing the issue.
Okay, further comments on the amendment? Senator from Douglas.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to that. First of all, I want to be sure I heard, could the chairwoman basically restate the thing about how many people are affected by this? Did she say a small group?
Senator Flynn.
Madam President, thank you. By the carrier of the amendment himself, he said 89,000 people. We have many more than that paying property taxes. And as I said, a very important group. I have done everything I can to help get this legislation across the fold. However, timing is critical. Timing is everything. And is this the moment that we need this legislation? Granted, I have, the ranking knows that I have gone over and above, even when I've been asked not to help on this legislation. I have done everything I possibly can. The House did not move on this legislation. We put this entire bill at risk if we continue with this amendment.
Senator from Douglas.
Okay, well, thank you, Madam Chair. And once again, I want to be very clear here. I have always complimented the chairwoman for her work. I think she has done an incredible amount of work these past 2 years on talking about property tax relief in this state. And we have looked at every facet of that. But folks, we haven't looked at the facet of people on fixed incomes and our disabled veterans getting out of their tax out of their homes because they live in high growth areas. And there's 86,000 households that would qualify under this. Now, if you're going to get down to brass tacks and start making comparisons today, let's have at it. We have other tax policies and issues before us today on this body.
We know we have a tax cut coming for the bankers. Okay? Where is this body's priorities? I ask you that. And the other thing I would point out is that we had in our conference committee last night, in tax, we had basically a proposal to cut the 1.5 mill levy. And so, and I accepted that proposal. Could the chairwoman elaborate that little offer last night that was part of that Commerce Committee report?
Senator from Lynn.
Gladly. Thank you, Madam President. As we heard from the Senator from Johnson, we need to be aware of all of our constituents as much as possible. The proposal is to decrease the 1.5 state mill to 1 mill.
And how much, Madam Chair, and how much was the cost of that proposal? How much that burden did we shift from property tax to state general fund?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam President. It is a shift, a neutral shift, in the sense that we are going to address the marketplace facilitator, and with that revenue that the state will bring in, we are going to decrease property taxes with it, helping all of those in need. And
Senator from Douglas.
The point is that we've taken the same mechanism and we did to the 1.5 mil last night in the Commerce Committee report. We said we're going to reduce your property tax burden, and by the way, for those funds, those accounts that got that 0.5% count in the mill, we're going to turn around and we're going to appropriate that from the state general fund. Okay? This is no different. This is the same deal. It's not a shell game. It's a question about basically shifting the tax burden. And folks, we've done everything for taxpayers under this state when it comes to property taxes. I think we looked at all the angles, but we have left out those disabled vets, those retirees. This is a chance to say, we gave you the first safety valve program in the nation that promised you property tax certainty. Property tax certainty. Nobody else is doing it. And we don't need a constitutional amendment, okay? The state is taking responsibility. That's huge.
Senator from Lynn.
thank you, Madam President. I will, we've made our positions. I ask that we, I'm not going to shut down the debate, but I ask that we move forward on this. I think everybody in the body knows where they're going to vote.
Are you calling the question?
No, I'm not going to do that.
Okay, well, all right. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau, you were standing. Do you want to be recognized? Okay. Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Madam President. I stand in support of the Holland Amendment. I do have a question for the Senator from Douglas, and that would be regarding the Golden Years annual refund. Is that capped? And Madam President, Senator from Douglas, is this for renters or homeowners only?
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the questions from the Senator from Sedgwick. So if you'll recall, the genesis originally of this bill, Senate Bill 91, as it came out of the actual Senate committee itself, we did have a piece in there. The original bill as introduced had a piece for, a much broader piece for renters in general. When it came out of the Senate Tax Committee, we had reduced that to just disabled veteran renters, and they would qualify under a sliding rebate under the homestead refund portion of the program. Subsequent to passage of that, then after we had hearings over in the House side, the feedback from both counties as well as other people was as they felt basically that by providing a rebate to renters, it was basically not an efficient use of tax policy. From the county side, people felt that it was basically, it was just a more of an administrative burden to figure out who actually qualified from a perspective. From other people's perspective, they really felt at the day that the renter never really got the rebate, quote unquote, because the fear is that the landlord figuring out that the renter qualified would just jack their rates up that much more. So that is why the renter piece was removed.
And Madam President, that's fine. I believe that this would still certainly help those over 65, those who are disabled, are our seniors who are struggling still during this difficult time, especially with coronavirus. Madam President, I have been with a group that have delivered Meals on Wheels to some of the folks that the Holland Amendment would address and certainly help during this particular time. Madam President, as a co-sponsor of the Golden Age legislation, I supported it then. I rise in strong support for it now. People are truly struggling, and it is our duty in this body to help all Kansans, especially our senior citizens. I rise in strong support of the Holland Amendment, and I would ask the body to do so as well. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to call the question.
Okay, the question's been called. That is allowed under final action, subject to amendment, debate, and roll call. We are on final action. Are there 5 hands to roll call the amendment? I see 3. Not seeing 5. Now I see 5. Okay.
All in favor of calling the question, please say aye.
So all in favor of calling the question, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion passes. Seeing 5 hands for a roll call vote.
There's no roll call on the amendment.
Okay. All in favor of the amendment, say aye. We're going to have a voice vote first, and then we're going to go to a roll call. So, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. We will still go to a roll call.
There's 5 hands.
If there's 5 hands at this point in time, we'll go to a roll call. There are 5 hands. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley.
Can you hear?
Okay. Sorry, Alley. Baumgardner. Berger. Billinger. Boyer. Bowers. Braun. Denning. Dahl. Estes. Bauskado. Francisco. Givens. Goddard. Haley. Hardy. Hawk. Hensley. Hildebrand. Holland. Kirshen. Longbine. Lynn. Masterson. McGinn. Miller. Olson. Peterson. Petty. Pyle. Rucker. Skubal. Solentrop. Sykes. Taylor. Thompson. Tyson. Wagle. Ware. Wilborn.
Has every member had an opportunity to vote? Does any member desire to explain their vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Denning.
Yeah, Madam President, aye to no.
Senator from Wyandotte County, Senator Braun.
Madam President, I'd like to explain my vote.
You may.
As a 32-year veteran with 2 deployments in times of war, I have the utmost respect for veterans and especially disabled veterans. But I also stand in support of current seniors receiving support from the current Safe Seniors program. In these challenging financial times, I cannot in good conscience pull the financial rug out from the elderly currently receiving relief under the Safe Senior program. I very much look forward to looking at independent disabled veteran property tax legislation in the 2021 session. Thank you, Madam President.
Are there further explanations of vote? Seeing none, the clerk, Senator from Johnson, Senator Lind.
Thank you, Madam President. Difficult for me to cast this vote. I've worked with Senator Holland on his initiative. I love the initiative. I've actually done some legislation that for the veterans this year that unfortunately didn't make it because of what's been happening with the crisis. And I support my Commerce Chair and the work that she has done on her initiative. And before I cast my vote, Madam Chair, I'd like to know what the vote count is on the amendment.
26 in favor, 9 opposed. 4 passes.
Okay. In that case, Madam Chair, I will vote aye. And I will, I'm sorry, in that case, I will vote no. And I would like for that to be recorded, my vote recorded. And I also want to say to Senator Holland that we need to keep this issue front and center. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, did you want an explanation of vote? You were standing. Okay. Further changes of vote? The chair is going to change her vote from pass to no. Any other changes of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. (26) having voted in favor of, 11 nays, present or passing are 3. The amendment passes. We're back on the bill. Senator from Lynn County, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam President. And I know each person decided for their constituency and what they thought was good policy, and rightfully so. We've passed it. I'll move on. But I do want to say, I hope and pray this does not jeopardize House Bill, Senate substitute for House Bill 2118, because it absolutely puts everything in jeopardy now. I could not have conveyed that any clearer to this body. So I just hope we don't lose the bill. I will say that when I woke up this morning, there were words on my heart. It was actually a song that we're all familiar with, I'm sure. I will rise up. I will rise up and rise like the day. I will rise up unafraid. I will rise up and do it 1,000 times. And I will do it all for you. And it is for my constituents, for the state of Kansas, that I hope that you rise up with me and support Senate substitute for House Bill 2118. And I'm going to move on my motion.
Well, there's one more question. Senator from Johnson, Senator Olson, or statement, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Madam President. I did have an amendment. I didn't want to talk on that last amendment, but I do have an amendment. I did get up after that amendment was voted on.
Okay, what is the amendment number?
Sure, thank you. It is, the last four is 3479, and I can explain it real quick.
Let's explain it.
Sure. With the struggles with the coronavirus, people are struggling to pay their property tax, and we've seen property values go up. So what this amendment would do, it would, on your 20 and 21, 2 tax years, it would cap the property tax value at the 2019 tax valuation. That's all it does. It allows people to have a little breathing room. They've had a couple months off from work. They're struggling. This will keep their property tax level at the 2019 or no higher. I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? You may close on your amendment.
I close on my amendment.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion appears not to pass. Is there a request for a roll call? Seeing one hand. I see 5 hands now. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgartner. Berger. Billinger. Boyer. Bowers. Braun. Denning. Dahl. Estes. Faustido. Francisco. Givens. Goddard. Haley. Hardy. Hawk. Hensley. Hildebrand. Holland. Kirshen. Longbine. Lynn. Masterson. McGinn. Miller.
Senator from Shawnee.
How'd you already have me voting there? Thank you, Madam President. I vote no, but I would like to explain my vote. And I understand, I mean, I can count, but I do think it's important that for the record, somebody stand and make the obvious statement that this amendment is patently unconstitutional and indeed would jeopardize the bill. So voting no has nothing to do, should have nothing to do with wanting to maintain valuations, but it would be in this format patently unconstitutional and thus not only being ineffective, but having the effect of costing some very good provisions that are in the underlying bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Olson.
Senator from Johnson.
Yeah, I just want to explain my vote. Madam President, people are struggling. People just paid their property tax. We just passed a bill to allow them to our amendment to make payments. This here would freeze their property taxes back to the 2019 year for 2 years to give them a chance to have some breathing room. Most Kansans haven't been working for the last 2 months. They need some help. I can't believe this body would vote against this amendment to give them some help and freeze their property taxes. That's the problem. We're out of control in this body. We spend, spend, spend. I know the counties are struggling, the cities are struggling, but the people are struggling too. I vote no. I'm sorry, I vote aye.
Did you want to change your vote? He changed his vote.
Peterson. Petty. Pyle. Rucker. Skubal. Solentrop. Sykes. Taylor. Thompson. Tyson. Wagle.
I want to explain my vote.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to explain my vote. While I appreciate the amendment, I know it was offered in good faith. It deals with valuations. And there's two parts of the equation to valuation and budget. So this guarantees no freeze for property tax owners. I do appreciate the effort. I know it's a discussion that we need to have and need to continue. It is a major issue for Kansans. I vote no on the amendment.
Okay.
Ware. Wilborn.
Has every member had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to vote aye on principle because we have a huge property tax issue in our county. And I have seen small business owners who have written huge checks. In fact, they're writing their profit to the county. The profit that they make goes to pay their property tax. That's the reality. And this has nothing to do with the tremendous work our chair of tax has done this year and the committee. But on principle, that is how I stand. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Has every member had an opportunity to vote? Does any member desire to change their vote? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Braun? Okay. Explain their vote. Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you, Madam President. I respect both the carrier of the amendment and the bill, the intent of this bill, but I'm deeply concerned that it'll create, as a last minute, second and third order effects on the county's ability to conduct their activities. I'm concerned that doing this financially just kicks that financial can down the road, as a term that is I've commonly heard used in this chamber. I'm working right now to return local control to our counties, and I can't place a restriction on them that may further exacerbate an already challenging financial situation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further explanations or changes? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll, tally the vote, and I would like anyone who wants their explanation in the journal to make sure they turn it in to the Secretary of the Senate. There's been several explanations. If you want that opportunity to have it in the journal, turn it in. 9 having voted for the amendment and 30 opposed, the amendment fails. We're back on the bill. Senator from Lynn, do you want to close?
I close, Madam Chair. I hope that everybody will rise in support of this legislation. I know that we have put it in jeopardy, but I'm hoping our colleagues in the House will understand and move forward. Thank you.
Okay, we will hold for final action. Excuse me, just. At this point in time, we're going to turn in reports from standing committees. The clerk will read.
Madam President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends HB 2137 be amended by substituting with a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for HB 2137, and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Wilborn, chairperson. Madam President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends HB 2713 as amended by the House Committee be amended, and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Wilborn, chairperson. Madam President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends HB 2034 be amended by the adoption of amendments recommended by the Senate Committee on Judiciary, further amended by substituting a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill 2034, and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Wilborn, chairperson.
Okay. The chair will recognize the senator from Lynn County, Senator Tyson, to explain House Bill 2466 to adopt the committee report. Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam President. House Bill 2466 keeps the original contents, the taxpayer protection, and we amended this bill to line up with Kansas statute with federal law on what has happened on income tax delays.
Would you like to adopt the committee report?
There were committee amendments, and I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll stand for questions.
Oh, questions on the bill? Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Madam President. And I just have a quick question. Do we have the actual wording of the exact bill that we're voting on? Getting ready to vote on? Do we know if that's available?
Sorry, did you ask a question of the chair?
I asked it of you, Madam President. I was wondering if we had the text of the bill that we're getting ready to vote on available.
Okay, hold on. The clerks are working on the committee report right now. This was not a substitute bill, it was an original bill. So we can get you a copy of that, of the committee report. And we're going to address that. Right? Okay. Let's just, we'll go ahead and stand for questions if that's okay.
If
Senator
I
from
may,
Cherokee.
Madam President.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Senator from
The language is in the committee report. That is correct.
Okay. Are there questions? Would you explain thoroughly what's in the bill, Senator from Lynn?
Thank you, Madam President. As I said, it's the original the Taxpayer Protection Act that we passed in this body last year. It was in a bill that was sent to the governor and vetoed for other contents, not for this content. And the other portion of the bill is a change to address income tax during this COVID situation. What we do is we align state law to match federal law with our filing deadlines for state income tax. And that would be for this year only, that they would be due July 15th, 2020.
Are there questions on the bill? So Senator Lynn, is the underlying bill on the desk?
It was in the conference committee report that was turned into the clerks, and I'm not.
We can get copies of the underlying bill if anybody requests. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. The senator from Lynn just said July 21, but unless, I mean, the notes I have say August 10th, so I'm just curious as to what is actually in the bill.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Madam President. I think the senator from Wyandotte is looking at two different pieces of legislation. The last one, 218, was August 10th on property tax. On this one with income tax, the date is July 15th. If I did say 2021, it is 2020.
Thank you.
Are there questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator from Lynn, you may close.
Thank you, Madam President. With the situation going on in the COVID virus, I would ask that the body stand in support of this legislation. I move my amendment.
You move the conference committee report. Okay. We'll hold for final action. To explain Senate substitute for House Bill 2137, Senator from Wilborn is next. Just a minute. I stand corrected. To explain Senate substitute for House Bill 2619, to adopt the committee report, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson County, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Madam President. Start off 2619, part of it's been through here, and we voted on before. It was 2054. There was a couple of pieces they've taken out and cleaned up because they've made it 2054. There was it was found out that on some loans dealing with the crop, buying the crop seed and some of that farm credit wasn't exempt. So they got that piece in line with farm credit and the credit unions. Then we added a second piece. It's the linked deposit program. It's been used in the ag sector pretty successfully. It caps the interest rate. The loans are not more than $250,000. Right now we have a housing program. It's not being utilized, and it hasn't for several years. And they're wanting to transition that $60 million into small business loans. We've heard from the KBA and how it would work. We've got other states. Missouri had $720 million of their similar fund issued, and they just added another $80 million. I believe Iowa has $108 million. Oklahoma has $260 million. we heard how this will affect, from restaurants to small business, these low interest loans. Basically how they work, they'll be approved through the state treasurer's office, and then they will deposit that amount of money into the financial institution. That rate changes annually. The maximum term is up to 10 years. This is a program that will help get some low interest loans, banks that participate out across the state. I think you'll probably see this loan program be expanded over time. It's worked really good in other states, and it's a really good program to create some economic development across the state. We also heard from the Kansas Livestock Association, the Kansas Chamber, the NFIB. They've supported it. I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator recognized, Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm asking if we could pass over this. I have an amendment that I'm waiting on.
Without objection, we'll pass over this. The Senate will be at ease while we wait for the Judiciary Chairman to return. The Senate will come to order. Senator from McPherson, are you ready for Senate substitute for House Bill 2137?
Yes, Mr. Vice President, I'm as ready as I'm going to ever be. House Bill 2137 is the, Senate substitute for House Bill 2137 is the vehicle in which we put the, pardon me here, I'm not completely organized, in which we put Senate Bill 427 and Senate Bill 344 in. Let me explain both those bills. Senate Bill 427 passed the Senate body 40-0. It is the Kansas Open Records Act, which has a number of provisions in there that sunset every year. This is almost like the risk-based capital for insurance. It's an annual affair, and it passed this body, again, 40-0. I will not go into all of the sunsets because that's would be redundant at this time. It, of course, was passed over to the House, and it got caught in the COVID time crunch, and the House did not have a chance to move it across the floor. Senate Bill 344 is a slight modification to the Scrap Metal Dealers Act. It lightens the load a little bit for scrap dealers as it relates to not having to take photographs of just plain vehicles and small amounts and like that. And just a minute here. Boy, I'm sorry, I'm coming in here a little cold. So that's the content of those two bills. If you're concerned about the single subject rule, both of them have to do with records. Both of them have to do with actually open records. And with that, Mr. Vice Chairman, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from McPherson? Chair recognizes Senator from Shawnee, Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. One question. Why is it that we're only acting on this now? We hadn't done so earlier? That's a question for the carrier of the bill.
Senator from McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The question is, could you repeat the question?
Why is it?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Miller.
Why is it that we're only now taking this up and we had not completed this earlier in the session?
Well, the Senate Bill 427 passed the Senate floor 40-0, and then it went over to the House and never got moved out. And I've received calls from multiple agencies throughout the state saying we got to have the CORA sunsets reset. And then Senate Bill 344, similar thing. We had hearings in committee, got on general orders, and just didn't get up prioritized.
Thank you. And I want to respond to that answer. Didn't get to it. I got an email last night that jogged my memory. It said that it was from Mary Sabatini, assistant to the majority leader, and I want to take a moment to say that I've watched that young lady since she was an intern on the House side, and she has certainly blossomed into an asset to this body, and I want to congratulate her on her good work while I'm standing here. But the email that I got said, attached are general orders. And I opened it up, and it said there are no bills above the line. And that reminded me of seeing something similar earlier in the session. So I went back and did a review of just what we did do on general orders this session. And for those who may be listening and are not familiar with general orders, that's the opportunity for us to debate bills on the floor of the Senate. For me, Mr. Vice President, that's essential. It's the basics to what we're here to do. Let's look back at these emails that we got and trace what we actually did. We came here on January 13th of this year, and we had no general orders. Understandable, it was our first day of the session. January 14th, no general orders. January 15th, no general orders. January 16th, no general orders. Having worked a heavy week, on Friday of that week, we did what I've learned, it's called pro forma. And years ago, when I first served in the legislature, we didn't have pro forma, so I had to ask around when I did return a few years ago what that word meant. And basically, it's Latin for getting paid for doing nothing. So we didn't have to be here on the 17th, having put in a hard week already. We deserved a holiday, so on the 20th, we as we should have, observed that great civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. On January 21st, no general orders. January 22nd, really revving it up, we debated one bill, Senate Bill 45, which has not gotten out of the House.
Senator from Shawnee.
Yes, sir.
Are you speaking to the bill, or
Yeah.
are you reviewing the calendar?
I'm speaking to the bill as it relates to the issue of why we're just now taking up that discussion.
Okay.
In direct response to the response I just got from the chairman.
Okay, please proceed.
I forgot where I was. Let me start over. No. January 23rd, no general orders. January 24th, no general orders. And then I'm skipping the weekends, by the way. January 27th, no general orders. January 28th, no general orders. January 29th, we did have debate as it related to SCR 1613. I had forgotten what that was, so I looked it up, and apparently it relates to submitting a ballot question to the electorate. And following along what happened after we adopted that, it went to the House and failed, and based on the explanations of vote, it failed because there was a refusal to place that resolution on the November ballot, where more people would have an opportunity to vote. It appears, based on the explanation of votes on that resolution, that it would indeed now be on the November ballot had there simply been assent to the amendment to add it to that ballot. So we effectively in the Senate wasted our time on January 29th debating and enacting that, and passing that resolution in the form that we did. January 30th, no general orders. Well, having put in a tough month of January, we took January 31st off for another pro forma so that we could get paid for not even being here and doing nothing. February 3rd, no general orders. February 4th, no general orders. And because we were excited, we took February 5th off to celebrate the Chiefs winning the Super Bowl, and consequently we had no general orders. Go Chiefs. February 6th, no general orders. February 7th, no general orders. February 10th, no general orders. February 11th, no general orders. February 12th, no general orders. February 13th, no general orders. February 14th, no general orders. February 17th, no general orders. February 18th, no general orders. February 19th, no general orders. February 20th, we went on general orders. February 21st, no general orders. And because we were up against a deadline, we did go on general orders February 24th, 25th, 26th, and 27th. And having put in an exhausting week, we took a break. So we didn't work that Friday. We took the weekend off. We took next Monday and next Tuesday, March 2nd and 3rd off. Enjoying our 5-day break, we came back on March 4th and had no general orders. But we put in a good day on, March 5th, worked 4 bills so that on March 6th we could take the day off, get paid on pro forma. March 9th, no general orders. March 10th, no general orders. March 11th, no general orders. March 12th, no general orders. March 13th, no general orders. March 16th and 17th, we went on general orders, but we did not March 18th and March 19th when we were needing to leave our duties. And now we're back here today debating bills like the one we have right in front of us now and ones that will follow, in large part, Mr. Vice President, in my opinion, because we didn't do our work, all the opportunities we had for months to complete that work. So when I hear criticism from leaders of the Senate criticizing other leaders of our state for their job performance, I get a little irritated, because if there was ever the pot calling the kettle black, that is such a situation. This bill before us is one we need, much like many of those that we have in front of us today that we should have, because they are so necessary, we should have enacted well before now. And consequently, I rise in support of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I want to call the question, and I want to let the body know that I'm basically out of patience, and I will be calling the question on every single bill going forward.
The call of the question has been made. Are there 5 hands? Seeing 5 hands, the call of the question is in order. All those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Mr. Vice President?
No. Motion carried.
Point of information, if I ask.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
I do want to be sure I understand the Majority Leader's point. Will there still be the opportunity to offer amendments to each of these bills? Or is his intention to basically call the question at the time that the carrier of the bill submits a bill, and then we just do a final action vote? If he could clarify. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator from Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice President. Yes, after we've wasted valuable time on this last diatribe, yes, I will be calling the question on every single bill going forward.
Motion carried. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will be taking the following: Senate substitute for House Bill 2118, House Bill 2466, and Senate substitute for House Bill 2137. To make sure everyone understands, Senate substitute for House Bill 2619 is not included in this roll call due to the fact that we passed over that waiting for an amendment. So it is Senate substitute for House Bill 2118, House Bill 2466, and Senate substitute for House Bill 2137. The clerk will read the titles.
Senate substitute for House Bill 2118, an act concerning property taxation. House Bill 2466, an act concerning income taxation. Senate substitute for House Bill 2137, an act concerning open records.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Berger. Billinger. Boyer. Bowers. Braun. Denning. Dahl. Estes. Fauskado. Francisco. Givens. Goddard. Haley. Hardy. Hawk. Hensley. Hildebrand. Holland. Kirshen. Longbine. Lynn. Masterson. McGinn. Miller. Olson. Peterson. Petty. Pyle. Rucker. Skubal. Solentrop. Sykes. Taylor. Thompson. Tyson. Wagle. Ware. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Senator from Brown, could you repeat your vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. $40 voting in favor and 0 opposed to House Bill 2466 and Senate substitute for House Bill 2137. 35 voting in favor, 2 opposed to Senate substitute for House Bill 2118. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. The Senate will be at ease. The Senate will come to order. We will now turn our attention back to House Bill 2619. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm going to call the question on 2619.
The question has been called on Senate substitute for House Bill 2619. Are there 5 hands? Seeing 5 hands, call to the question is in order. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Motion carries.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Senator from Shawnee, Senator Hensley.
Is the previous question debatable?
Senator from Shawnee, it is not.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I am still waiting on my amendment. They said they are working on it, but I am still waiting.
Senator from Johnson, the question has been called on Senate substitute for House Bill 2619. We are now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take Senate substitute for House Bill 2619. The clerk will read the title.
Just let me know.
Point of order. Point of order. Senator from Brown.
Senator from Brown.
Yes. Could the, Mr. Vice President, could you give a quick summary of what the rules are on explanation of vote? How much time that is allowed on an explanation of vote, please? Thank you.
Explanations and vote on the Senate floor are limited to 2 minutes, and written explanations are limited to 200 words.
Senate substitute for House Bill 2619, enact concerning financial institutions.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Berger. Billinger. Boyer. Bowers. Braun. Denning. Dahl. Estes. Voscato. Francisco. Givens. Goddard. Haley.
Mr. Vice President.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Yeah, Mr. Vice President, thank you. I'm voting no on this measure, Senate Substitute House Bill 2619. I know it was discussed in caucus. I'm not a member of FI&I, and I don't feel as if I know enough about the measure. It's not subject to debate. It says it's on general orders. I'm not sure that I know enough about it, a measure, and I like to be well informed through our discussions. And for that reason, it may be a very good bill. It may not be. I don't know what's in it, really, though we've had some tangential discussions in caucus. But for that reason, I have to regrettably vote no.
Senator from Wyandotte, would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
No, thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Hardy. Hawk. Hensley.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Hensley.
Mr. Vice President, I vote no on this bill. I think we ought to close the blinds and turn out the lights, because this is a dark day for democracy when we're not allowed to offer amendments to these bills. And I'm saying that from the standpoint that we didn't set the agenda here. The majority party set the agenda. They brought everybody back for the sine die session with all of these bills that are on the calendar. And I truly believe that we should be entitled, as elected members of the Kansas Senate, to offer amendments to each and every one of these bills. And I truly believe it is unfortunate the majority leader has set the standard here to say that he's going to call for the question or set the model, the role model, that maybe everybody else could call for the question without any sort of debate or the opportunity to offer amendments. I think it's a disgrace. And I would hope that the majority leader would change his mind and allow for individual members to offer an amendment. Now, I'm going to tell you, I have an amendment today. I have one amendment that I was going to offer today. That's on the next bill, 2396. But apparently I'm not going to be able to offer that amendment based on the standard that we have set. And I would yield to the President of the Senate if she's going to explain her vote. But that's my explanation of vote. I vote no because this process is very, very bad. And you should change your mind and allow for debate. That was what your motion was. Your emergency motion was to allow for, subject to amendment, debate, and roll call. I vote no.
Hildebrand. Holland.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'd like to explain my vote. I vote no. And I'll be brief here. I know the majority leader wants to get through these bills as quick as he can. Why I'm voting no in part is because I too had 3 additional amendments I was going to offer. My first concern with this bill is the fact that basically our treasurer would be making loans, my understanding of this, to businesses. I'm not sure he has any experience doing that. I wanted some Department of Commerce oversight in that process to work with him. I think that would be a valuable addition to this program. Quite honestly, I also want to be sure these loans are going to American companies. There's no oversight from what I can see as far as ensuring that these aren't going to American companies exclusively. And so I know our treasurer, I think last year, introduced a bill to have PMIB start investing in bonds from a foreign country. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why we would be wanting to invest in but American entities, either private companies or governmental agencies. And so I think we need some additional controls on this mechanism. I vote no. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator from Douglas, would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
Christian. Longbine. Lynn. Masterson. McGinn. Miller. Olson. Peterson. Petty. Pyle. Rucker. Skubal. Solentrop. Sykes.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Mr. Vice President, I vote no, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Please proceed.
I was on the committee that met last week about this bill, and I had several questions. Looking back, possibly I should have asked for conceptual amendments at the time, but instead of trying to do something on the fly, I was looking for research and trying to find information, and then I requested the amendment. It's standing right over there, and I did not have the opportunity to amend this. It is my job to represent my district and my people and ask questions and do my due diligence in looking at legislation. And that's what I tried to do, and I was taken away that privilege today. I vote no.
Senator from Johnson, would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
No.
Taylor. Thompson. Tyson. Wagle.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Wagle.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'd like to vote aye and explain my vote.
Please proceed.
I just want to be thankful that the Majority Leader has called the question in the fact that we had to adjourn session early. We're in a very unusual situation. We were in a pandemic. We had to rush our affairs. The Finance Council, the Legislative Coordinating Council with the leaders of the House and the Senate met on May 6th to determine how to come back safely and resolve all the issues that we have not completed when we had to adjourn early. And during that time, our majority leader here in the Kansas Senate made a motion knowing everything that was on our plate that we come back and meet for 3 full days so that we could fully vet all the bills that need to be vetted to deal with this crisis. Our goal is to protect the health of the public here in the state of Kansas and also protect everyone's pocketbook and get this Kansas economy running again. And we are here in the best interest of Kansas. The Majority Leader made a motion for a 3-day session. I seconded it. And the Minority Leader, who's complaining now, voted no and instead wanted a 1-day session. So here we've been told by all of our attorneys that we have to complete our work by midnight. Anything that we pass after midnight that is litigated could be called unconstitutional because the day ends at midnight. We have no choice but to operate under the motion that you made, Mr. Minority Leader, for a one-day session, and we have to end this at midnight. We've told the House we're sending them some bills. It's 11:20. We're on bill number 4. The House wants to look at our bills. We may have conference committees. He shouldn't be the one who's complaining when he voted for a one-day session. We wanted to resolve problems for the state of Kansas, and we wanted to give everyone time to vet their concerns.
Madam President.
We have not shut down the process.
Would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
Ware. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just want to pile on my decision to move this process forward. As Madam President said, we were the only ones on LCC voting for a 3-day session to clean up this important work. It's well documented that the House wanted the Senate to go into conference committee only, have no debate in our committees, have no amendment in our committees, have no sunshine in our committees, do everything in conference committee reports. I pushed back hard on that so we could have some debate in our committees. I didn't think we would waste valuable time like we just did a bit ago. So that's why I made the motion. It's the right thing to do. We need to move this stuff forward. If you don't like the bill, vote no.
Senator from Johnson, would you like your remarks spread on the journal? Chair recognizes Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would like to explain my vote. I vote no on this matter because I'm concerned about the permission for a deduction from net income for financial institutions. I understand it has now been limited for agricultural purposes, and I think that makes it even more of a concern that this may create an uneven playing field between banks and the Federal Farm Credit Corporation. I also would like to see what might be done to work with the $60 million in the loan recovery program and how that might be limited to the United States.
Senator from Douglas, would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
After I've edited them, yes.
Any additional changes or explanations of vote? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Hensley.
Yeah, I rise on a point of order, Mr. Vice President. The motion that was made in the LCC for a one-day session was made by the majority leader of the House. It was not made by me.
Any additional changes or explanations of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. (29) voting in favor and 11 opposed to Senate substitute for House Bill 2619. This measure, having received the required constitutional majority, is hereby declared passed. At this point, we will turn our attention to Senate substitute for House Bill 2585 and to adopt the committee report. The chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just for those, I mean, this was a little piece of work frozen in time. All the committee report was putting two other bills that we processed off this floor in a House shell as we were prepping for those last days of main session. 2585 is just a House shell that contains the relevant bill numbers you would be interested in are 339 and 126. 339 was the economic development bill that came out of utilities that came off the floor 39 to 0. 126 was the income tax pass-through piece on the utilities that came off the floor 40 to 0. So I am glad to be standing here with taking something across the floor, had 0 no votes. So, but with that, if there's any other further questions, this is something simply was reprocessing a bill we'd already processed. 339 was the economic development bill for being able for the KCC to authorize under certain parameters the incentives of rate changes for incentive, and the other one was the income tax pass-through. The utilities, if you'll remember, the utilities are being taxed, passing that through to our rates, and this over about a 2-year period would eliminate that practice. And I'd stand for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Are there questions for the senator from Butler on Senate substitute for House Bill 2585? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. Senator from Butler, are you prepared to do House Bill 2018?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I can do that as well.
Then to explain Senate substitute for House Bill 2018 and to adopt the committee report, the chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Proceed.
This committee report is similar to the last one. We were at the end of main session putting a Senate bill into a House bill, hoping to process. The relevant number for you all to look at your votes was Senate Bill 380, which was the microfiber wireless the cell for the cable industry for deployment of 5G. So if you want to look at what your votes were there, but again, this is a reprocess of Senate Bill 380 in a House bill, and I would stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Butler? The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Sipes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I don't have a question, but I do have an amendment. It's number 3462.
Senator from Butler. I'm sorry, Senator from Johnson, can you repeat the question?
I have an amendment.
Okay.
It is number 3462, and I have turned it in.
Okay. Please allow us to distribute. Senator from Johnson, would you care to have your amendment read, or would you like to explain?
In honor, trying to expedite things, I will just explain it.
Please proceed.
This is Medicaid expansion. And I want to yield to Senator from Johnson, Senator Boyer.
At this time, I will turn it back to you, but thank you.
Thank you.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson on the amendment? Chair recognizes the majority leader from Johnson County, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm going to call the question so we can vote on this amendment.
Question has been called 5 hands required. Seeing 5 hands, call of the question is in order.
Point of order, Mr. Vice President.
All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye.
The question's been called.
Are we?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes the senator from Butler on a point of order.
The question called is on the underlying bill, correct? Not on the...
It is on the amendment.
Then I would challenge the germaneness of the amendment.
Germaneness has been questioned. The Rules Committee shall meet.
Point of order, Mr. Vice President.
Chair recognizes senator from Douglas.
The question's been called. You recognized it.
The amendment. So now we need to, all those in favor of calling the question, please say aye.
Okay. The question has been called on the amendment. So that is the pending question on the floor. Those who wish to question the adjournment should vote no on the question. Then germaneness could be challenged if the motion on the call of the question is
Motion.
Chair recognizes senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. It'll just clarify everything and speed the process along if I withdraw my my questions.
Point of order.
Chair recognizes senator from Shawnee, Senator Hensley.
Yeah, Mr. Vice President, you announced that the question had been called, and it is now time to vote on the amendment.
The person who brought the question has withdrawn it.
It can't be withdrawn after you have said that the question has been called. That's after the fact. There were 5 hands. You said the question had been called. The question has been called, and so now it's time to vote on the amendment.
We haven't voted on the call.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Any motion can be withdrawn by the motion maker.
Point of order. I will call the question.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Please allow me to handle each one at a time. The senator from Butler is correct in that the motion to withdraw the motion can be made by those who brought the motion. Then we will need to return to the senator from Johnson who has the floor. Senator from Lynn, do you have a point of order?
I do, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify we had not voted on the call to question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We have not. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson who has the floor.
I will call the question.
Question has been called. 5 hands. Seeing 5 hands, the call is in order. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. Roll call has been called. I'm not seeing 5 hands. Roll call is in order. On Senator from Wyandotte, what purpose are you standing?
I'm asking if the chair clarify specifically what we are voting on.
This roll call vote is on the call of the question.
And the question is?
To call the question.
Yes, but what is the amendment?
It has nothing to do with the amendment. This is a vote on the call for the question for the call. Senator from Johnson, do you wish to be recognized?
I think we need clarification. When you first called the question, it was on the amendment that we were calling the question on the amendment. Is that?
There was a call of the question, which requires 5 hands to be in order. We had 5 hands. There was a voice vote taken on whether the call of the question. That motion failed. There was then a request for roll call on the call of the question. So this roll call is on the call of the question. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. No. Baumgardner. No. Berger. Billinger. Boyer. Bowers. Braun. Denning. Dahl. Estes. Faustido. Francisco. Givens. Goddard. Haley. Hardy. Hawk. Hensley. Hildebrand. Holland. Kirshen. Longbine. Lynn. Masterson. McGinn. Miller. Olson. Peterson. Petty. Pyle. Rucker. Skubal. Solentrop. Sykes. Taylor. Thompson. Tyson. Wagle. Ware. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We are facing unprecedented times in our country and in our state, and looking at economic recovery, Medicaid expansion would have helped save hundreds of thousands. I am disappointed in this body. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, would you like your remarks spread on the journal? Additional changes or explanation of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. $16 voting in favor and 24 opposed. The motion fails. We are back on the amendment. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, for explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, all of this is a little new, but this is the opportunity. We have been given the opportunity. We were told we would have the opportunity to vote on Medicaid expansion this year, and this was our opportunity to do that. And thank you to the 16 who chose to vote. This was the Denning and Kelly compromise. It was bipartisan, and it would have been a good faith effort for 2/3 of Kansans who care about health care for all. I'm going to yield to the Minority Leader, Senator Hensley.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Butler.
I believe I can challenge the germaneness through point of order because the underlying amendment is not germane to the bill.
Germaneness has been challenged. The Rules Committee shall meet. The Senate will come to order. The Rules Committee has met, and in our standards for germaneness, the Rules Committee feels like the amendment does deal with a different topic or subject, and it does unreasonably and unduly expand the question of the bill, and it does introduce an independent question. So therefore, the Rules Committee has voted that it is not germane.
I challenge the ruling of the chair.
Ruling of the chair has been challenged. make sure that everyone understands, a yes vote for the challenge of the chair sustains the ruling of the chair. A vote no is against the ruling of the Rules Committee. So all of those in favor of say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes appear to have it. Roll call has been requested. Seeing 5 hands, roll call is in order. Okay, once more for clarity, a yes vote sustains the ruling of the chair. In other words, you are voting that if you vote yes, you are voting that the amendment is not germane. Voting no is overruling the rules chair. Senator from Johnson, you have a question?
Comment? Question? Comment? Both? Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I know this is a little unruly and it is a gut and go, but when the hands of the majority of this body have been tied and we have not been able to debate this, we have to go to extreme measures. Our colleagues on the House side did this last year and they passed Medicaid expansion.
Senator from Johnson, with all due respect, we are on a question. If you have a question about the process or procedure, otherwise we can take testimony later. We're on a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Yes. Baumgardner. Berger. Billinger. Boyer.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. This is my last day in this chamber, and I will be discussing that later. But the moral imperative of this state to protect its citizens and allow them the opportunity to access health care has never been more urgent, as spoken so clearly by our president, at the urgency that we have in this body to do what is safe and best for people. We have been bridled and throttled this entire year when the votes exist from this chamber to pass Medicaid expansion. We have the votes. Kansas voters want us to pass this. So yes, this is an unprecedented time, and while I fully respect the committee and their decision, desperate times call for desperate measures. People in Kansas are desperate, and they need health care. So I vote no. Thank you. And yes, I would like my remarks spread.
So ordered.
Bowers. Braun. Denning. Dahl. Estes. Fauske-Deau.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fauske-Deau.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I vote no on this measure, and I vote no for the constituents, in thousands of constituents in the 29th District that I know are dying. They are afraid to go to they don't have a physician to go to. They are going to the emergency room. They're waiting till the last minute to go. Their health care As you know, Mr. Vice President, you've heard on the national level and our local and state level that those who I represent, particularly in the inner city of Wichita, Kansas, have those underlying medical issues, and they don't have insurance. This piece of legislation, Medicaid expansion in our state, would help them tremendously. It would help them tremendously. And for that reason, and I'm saddened that in the 2020 legislative session, we have not officially, effectively dealt with Medicaid expansion. And again, for those constituents across the state of Kansas that don't have health care, Mr. Vice President, I vote no.
Senator from Sedgwick, would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
Francisco.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I vote no and would like to be listed on the remarks with the senator from Johnson.
So ordered.
Givens.
Senator from Butler, Senator Givens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've desperately wanted to vote for Medicaid expansion. That past few months when my father was in the care of hospice, they asked him once, "Has Bruce done something that makes you proud?" And he looked at him and said, "He's always been a pretty good rule follower." While I want to vote yes, I'll follow the rules. For that, I'll vote no, or vote aye to support the decision.
Senator from Butler, would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
Goddard. Haley.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I vote no on this, and I believe in rules, as we all do. We have voted earlier to suspend rules, and I believe that the reason that's in our Constitution and the ability for the rules of the legislature to proceed is because sometimes the rules should be suspended, and the will of the majority should be heard. This bill, and I vote no because this bill will be going to conference committee. This is what the majority, in terms of Medicare expansion, the majority of legislators have voted for in both chambers. It's what, as has been said, thousands of Kansans want us to do. And so by voting no, or to override rules that are saying this is not germane, is in concert with majority rule. It should be. The train is leaving the station now to adopt what the majority of Kansans want and the majority of this legislature wants. And that is to do the right thing, to be our brothers and our sisters' keeper, if you will, and to expand to those who desperately need to have access to care, whether or not they want to get tested, whether or not they want to have an ongoing relationship with a primary care provider. This train is leaving the station. I would have signed on or asked to sign on, since she is having her explanation in the journal, with the senator from Johnson, Senator Boyer, whose words I would echo, except for one exception. She started by saying she doesn't intend to be here next year, and this might be her last day. Should I return, Mr. Vice President, we think of the thousands of lives, perhaps, that would have been lost because we, in this legislature, who have the majority of the votes, wouldn't do the right thing to support this measure here by voting no and moving on with this issue, Mr. Vice President.
Senator from Wyandotte, would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
Hardy. Hawk.
Senator from Riley, Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I vote no, and that vote is a vote in favor of Medicaid expansion.
and I would like to ask to join the remarks of the Senator from Johnson, Senator Bollier.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Hensley. Hildebrand. Holland. Kirshen. Longbine. Lynn. Masterson. McGinn. Miller. Olson. Peterson. Petty.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I vote no, and I want to explain my vote. And I am voting for Medicaid expansion with my no vote. This body today has been talking about and will continue to talk about the economic welfare of our state. And we know that Medicaid expansion is a catalyst for that. We also know that Medicaid expansion, that we also know with this pandemic that we have many people who have been affected because of underlying health conditions. How do we address those underlying health conditions? By access to health care. We need to be considerate and thinking about those Kansans that we say all of us care about because we represent them. We need to think about them in not just in one dimension, but in many. This is not just for the seniors, it's not just for the working and the non-working, it's for every Kansan. They need access to health care, and Medicaid expansion can help provide that. We need to be thinking about that if we're going to continue to talk about the economic welfare of our state. I vote no.
Senator from Wyandotte, would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
No.
Pyle. Rucker. Skubal. Solentrop.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Solentrop.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. As chair of the Senate Public Health and Welfare Committee, I do believe I put in written form a letter indicating that I would provide an opportunity for a vote on Medicaid expansion, subject to the passage of Value Them Both. Anybody want a copy? I can get it to you. You know, I listened to the comments from party across the aisle about such concern for the constituents. Such concern. And yet, today, or I should say in the last number of weeks, our constituents have not been able to go to church. And yet our abortion clinics remain open. If you want to look at the 2018 facts and figures on mortality in this state, there's 7,000 abortions. 7,000. 3,500 performed on persons of Kansas, and 3,500 performed on those from out of state. So it rings pretty hollow to me to express concern about your constituents when you support that kind of activity. I vote yay.
Senator from Sedgwick, would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
Sykes. Taylor. Thompson. Tyson. Wiggle. Ware. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The decision to support the Rules Committee was an easy one. It would even cause more chaos than what we're seeing thus far in this chamber today if we would overrule the committee. The bill, the underlying bill, has to do with cable and transmission. Obviously, it's not germane to Medicaid or the health care access bill, which had reinsurance to lower everyone's insurance premiums in Kansas. I'm profoundly disappointed that we didn't get a vote on Senate Bill 255 language, other than the one I took earlier to support the amendment. I personally spent 2,000 hours building that bill. I'm profoundly disappointed that we didn't bring it up to the floor for debate. It was ready for debate. We should have had that debate. I think tying it to the value of them both amendment, I'd put that in the BS column. I'm really, really disappointed. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator from Johnson, would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
No.
Chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Braun.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The question that was just asked was on the germaneness of the bill, of the amendment to the bill. Anyone who cannot decipher that this is not a utilities issue, I challenge whether they have an ethical quandary on actually following the rules of the Senate. I'm very happy that this was reviewed the way it was. As to the statement on the amendment, my intent is to protect the promise we've made to the elderly and disabled, to make sure they get to the front of the line. For those in this body that wished to actually help with people that need indigent care, I don't know where they were when I brought a bill to double the funding for safety net clinics in our state, which would right now have a drastic impact on those who are desperately in need. I don't know where they were when I was on the floor when we did the budget, and I attempted to put $16.5 million towards safety net clinics that are underfunded. So for that reason, the germaneness of the bill, I support the assessment by the Rules Committee, and I wanted to be able to make sure that people know that I support health care for needy Kansans, but I'm always going to protect the promise to the elderly and disabled that are currently covered. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, would you like your remarks spread on the journal? Additional changes or explanations of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. (26) voting in favor and 14 opposed. The ruling of the chair is sustained. We are back on the bill. Chair recognizes Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought I had a simple bill to start with. But in times like this where we have high tensions, political posturing, this is when you see these kind of rampant double standards and you get the same mouth in one breath saying, I'm righteously indignant because we don't debate, and within minutes the same mouth saying, I want to call a question without debate on an issue that's important that he wants, right? So you have these, for that purpose, I make a motion to call the question on the underlying bill, which is Senate Substitute for House Bill 2018.
Call of the question has been made. Seeing 5 hands, call of the question is in order. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take Senate Substitute for House Bill 2585. The second bill we will take is Senate Substitute for Substitute, House Bill 2018. The clerk will read the titles.
Senate Substitute for House Bill 2585, Enact Concerning Utilities. Senate Substitute for Substitute House Bill 2018, Enact Concerning Telecommunications.
The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Berger. Billinger. Boyer. Bowers. Braun. Denning. Dahl. Estes. Faustido. Francisco. Givens. Goddard. Haley.
Vice President.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Vice President, again, I would like to, and with respect to the ranking members and the other members of the caucus who understand what both of these measures, 2585 and 2018, what implications it might be. I would have appreciated hearing the discussion because I'm not on the Utilities Committee, and in that I'm unable to hear the discussion or know the salient intricacies of either of these measures. Regrettably, I have to vote against both. I vote no, and I would not like my remarks on the journal.
Hardy. Hawk. Hensley. Hildebrand. Holland. Kirshen. Longbine. Lynn. Masterson. McGinn. Miller.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I vote aye on both bills, and in case we get confused, I do appreciate the fact that the question was not called on Senate Substitute for House Bill 2585, and I don't believe the question was called on Senate Substitute for House Bill 2018 until it did appear that debate and discussion had been exhausted. So given that people had an opportunity to debate those bills and to hear an explanation of them, I vote aye. To the degree that we are not allowed to at least hear an explanation and given some opportunity to debate, I will vote no on any subsequent measures. But I do appreciate on these two that that was the process that we followed, and it didn't take that long. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator from Shawnee, would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
No, but thank you for offering.
Olson. Peterson. Petty. Pyle. Rucker. Skubal. Solentrop. Sykes. Taylor. Thompson. Tyson. Wiggle. Ware. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator from House-Cadeau.
Mr. Vice President, looking over my notes, I changed my no vote to aye on both measures.
Does any senator wish to change their vote? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Yes, I'd like to change my aye vote on 2018 to no.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. They've impressed upon me, the powers that be here, that I have supported measures that are contained in substitute for 2585, and so would change my no on 2585 to aye and remain a no still on the other measure, 2018. Thank you.
Any additional changes of vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I vote pass on the substitute for House Bill 2018. And although it passed in the Senate, there was an understanding that there would be a hearing and opportunity for further negotiations between municipalities and the utilities on this bill. I appreciate the fact that the House Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Communications did set hearings, and they were able to hear from the proponents, but the hearing that was scheduled for March 17th from the opponents was canceled. And there also was not an opportunity to review some of the neutral testimony. Because of that, I think it makes more sense to delay this until both sides of the concern can completely have that debate, and that we allow our members in the House to weigh in on any changes that they feel would be appropriate. I vote pass.
Senator from Douglas, would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
I would.
Any additional changes or explanation of vote? Chair recognizes Senator from Finney, Senator Dahl.
With the permission of the senator from Douglas, I'd like to join her remarks.
So ordered. Additional changes or explanations of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. $39 voting in favor and 1 opposed to 2580, Senate substitute for House Bill 2585, and 33 voting in favor, 5 opposed to Senate substitute for substitute House Bill 2018. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I want to make a motion to recess to the sound of the gavel. And then at the sound of the gavel, Senate Republicans will caucus in the Ways and Means Room, 548 South.
The motion is to recess to the sound of the gavel. All of those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. The Senate is recessed.
I'd like to announce that the Senate Democrats will be caucusing immediately in room 144 South.
The Senate will come to order. Reports of standing committees. The clerk will read.
Madam President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends HB 2447 as amended by House Committee be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Senator Wilborn, chairperson. Madam President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends HB 2396 be amended by substituting a new bill to be designated as Senate substitute for House Bill 2396 and the substitute bill be passed. Senator Wilborn, chairperson.
Messages from the House. The clerk will read.
The following bills were stricken from the calendar on May 1st, 2020 in accordance with the House Rule 1507. SB 270, H sub SB 271, SB 275, SB 277, SB 284, H sub SB 285, SB 289, SB 290, SB 292, SB 304, SB 305, SB 306, SB 307, SB 326, SB 354, SB 373, SB 382, SB 384, SB 405, SB 420. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to S sub for HB 2054, requests a conference and has appointed Representatives Patton, Ralph, and Carmichael as conferees on part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to HB 2510, requests a conference and has appointed Representatives Waymaster, Hoffman, and Wolf Moore as conferees on part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to HB 2702, requests a conference and has appointed Representatives Tarwater, Corbett, and Fraunfelter as conferees on the part of the House.
The chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Johnson County, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate suspend Joint Rule 4K to consider the following bills. Senate substitute for House Bill 2054, House Bill 2510, and House Bill 2702.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. The chair appoints the senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn, to replace the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, to replace the senator from Labette, Senator Goddard, and the senator from Riley, Senator Hawk, to replace the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty, as Senate conferees on House Bill 2246. On a motion to accede, the chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen, on House Bill 2702.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm sitting in for the chairwoman right now. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference committee on House Bill 2702.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. As conferees on the part of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, senator from Sedgwick, Senator Kirshen, and the senator from Douglas, Senator Holland. On a motion to accede, the chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner, on House Bill 2510.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate accede to the request for the House for a conference on House Bill 2510.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. As conferees on the part of the Senate, the chair appoints a senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner, senator from Cali, Senator Alley, and a senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes. On a motion to accede, the chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn, on House Bill 2054.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2054.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. As conferees on the part of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn, senator from Shawnee, Senator Rucker, and senator from Shawnee, Senator Miller. At this time, we have a couple of senators who would like to address the Senate. Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Boyer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Good afternoon, everyone. It is really good to see so many of you. It seems like a long time and yet seems like yesterday, but I know we haven't been together for very good reason. We've all been watching out for our families and staying safe and protecting those around us and our communities, and I appreciate that. I will say today I wouldn't be a doctor if I didn't remind you, listen to your health officials and authorities. Social distance, stay 6 feet apart when possible. Be sure you're washing your hands. And of course, wearing a mask isn't for yourself. It's for everyone else. And know that to truly love your neighbor, you can demonstrate it by protecting them, like we do in the operating room. We always wore a mask to protect our patients, and all of us are now potentially patients. This is an emotional day for me. I have been in this legislature for over a decade, and I will say it has been the honor of my life to work alongside all of you, fighting the good fight for the people of my district and for the people of Kansas. Kansas is a very special place. We deeply value our independence, and we have a long history in this state of working together, of working across party lines to get things done and to improve the lives of people and families in this state. No matter whether as a Democrat or as when I was a Republican, I have always been proudest when we have been talking to one another and building bridges. In these difficult times, that spirit is more important than ever. I'd like to reflect on two important memories of my time here that I think underscore the importance of bipartisan cooperation and dialogue. As a new legislator in 2010, I was excited to vote for and help pass the Kansas Indoor Clean Air Act. Seems like a long time ago, doesn't it? And yet, just yesterday. That was so important for public health and a piece of public health legislation. And I knew at that time as a doctor that its passage would impact the lives of countless people across our state, including especially our children. And we've seen results from that. Since its passage, discharge rates for patients with lung diseases like asthma and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease have gone down. By cooperating, we saved lives. And that, more than anything else, has reinforced to me the importance of working together across party lines right here in Topeka. We still have a ways to go. There is always room for improvement and for cooperation. And I'm not blind to the fact that there will be tough fights ahead. You know that I have long been an advocate for Medicaid expansion here in our state. I'm incredibly heartened by the fact that in recent years, legislators from both parties have come together to fight for Medicaid expansion, which would give at least 130,000 Kansans access to health care. We have been so close to getting it done. And yet, today, here we are once again. We have not won this fight. I'm not giving up, and neither should you. If we've learned anything during these last few months of the coronavirus crisis, it's that affordable health care is critical to the success of families across our state. And I am so very proud to have advocated for my constituents and Kansans, those who desperately need Medicaid expansion to survive and to thrive. That bipartisan effort, which has gone on for years, makes me incredibly proud when I reflect on my time in this legislature. And I have so much confidence in you, my colleagues, that you will continue to fight for the health of Kansas families. I, in turn, will continue to offer my support and my voice in whatever way you need and the people need. I have taken my responsibility as a senator and public servant very seriously. I will miss our committee meetings, our late night discussions of legislation, and our time spent debating the very fine points of bills. And I truly will miss hearing from my constituents, but I do hope to continue having many conversations with them as I embark on the next stage of my service. There is no greater joy, no greater responsibility than solving problems families face and representing the people of Kansas. Because that's what we were elected to do. While we can't pass legislation every day, we can and we must use our voices as elected officials to help people. That's why I became a doctor, and that's why I first ran for office, to help people. And while sometimes it's been tough, and yes, it's sometimes been really tough, and we all know that, I will always be proud to have been a part of a legislative body where the vast majority of us were and remain committed to helping the people we had the honor of being elected to serve. We care about the people of Kansas now and always, and I have faith that by continuing to come together, this legislature can help the lives of countless people each and every day. It is what we were elected to do. So, stay safe, be well. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Boyer. You have served well. Chair next recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Friends and colleagues, I want to begin by thanking the citizens of Overland Park and Senate 8 to allow me to serve them in the Senate for the last 8 years. And before that, I served in the House for 2 years. Now, having served 10 years, the time has come for me to devote my personal resources to my wife, Meryl, my family, and my employer. If I make it through today, Meryl and I will celebrate 39 years of marriage on the 30th. I've enjoyed working with all the legislators, and it's been an honor serving as Senate Majority Leader for the last 4 years. I've always done my best to take the high road, lead from the front, and govern as the Majority Leader position requires. Good governance is not always easy and carries a serious responsibility. As a result, I may have experienced social distancing long before COVID-19 pandemic made it a household item, reinforcing that today. I would like to thank and recognize my staff. Tony Beck, who's not here. Tony ran the front office. Chief of Staff, Ethan Patterson, and Communications and Policy Director, Mary Sabatini. They represented the office of the Senate Majority Leader in this chamber in a very high level. I'd like to let everyone know that while I may not be in the building, I will still have great cell phone service year-round. And with that, as us politicians would say, it's been an honor and a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Denning. You also have served very well. I'm glad that you have said that your cell phone will be available, because I am quite certain that there are a number of us that hope to come back that will need a spreadsheet somewhere along the way. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Johnson County, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We're going to stand at ease. We'll recess until the sound of the gavel.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. The Senate is recessed. The Senate will come to order. On a point of personal privilege, the chair recognizes the senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Every year in the Senate Education Committee, we are honored to award the 8 finalists for Teacher of the Year and a Teacher Year from Kansas. This year, the Teacher Year from Kansas was from Winfield. I will take that, not credit, but we will mark that down. She also was from Belle Plaine. She grew up in Belle Plaine. This year, Mrs. Tabitha Rothboer, a preschool teacher whose classroom is housed in an unusual location. She's housed in a retirement village. And she has the grandparents, if you want to say, come down and visit with the kids, and the kids interact with the grandparents every day, and they have a wonderful time. And Ms. Rothboer has done that. It's a unique learning experience and environment for the children and the grandparents, and both the children and the grandparents help in the arrangement, and they do a great job together. This morning on CBS, Mrs. Tabitha Rothboer from Winfield was named the 2020 National Teacher of the Year. And according to our Kansas records, Ms. Rothboer was the first National Teacher of the Year from Kansas in over 50 years. There was one in 1962. So I want to say, Senate, congratulations to the Teacher of the Year from Kansas. Thank you.
Messages from the House. The clerk will read.
The House announced the appointment of Representatives Waymaster, Hoffman, and Wolf Moore as conferees on HB 2246. The House announced the appointment of Representatives Tarwater, Corbett, and Fraunfelter as conferees on HB 2510. The House announced the appointment of Representatives Johnson, Mason, and Gartner as conferees on HB 2702. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to HB 2466, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Patton, Ralph, and Carmichael as conferees on the part of the House. The House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 2137. The House concurs in Senate amendments to HB 2585.
On a motion to accede, the chair recognizes the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn, on House Bill 2466.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'll make this motion, then I'll have an announcement. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2466, and I'd also like to announce the Senate Judiciary Conference Committee on the COVID response legislation will meet in the Supreme Court room 4:45 to 5 after the presentation by the President. And of course, that's Senator Miller, Senator Rucker, and myself. Thank you.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. As conferees on the part of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn, senator from Shawnee, Senator Rucker, and senator from Shawnee, Senator Miller. At this time, the chair would like to recognize President Wagle.
Thank you, Vice President. I'd like to introduce my better half. He's standing back here, Tom Wagle. We've been married for 40 years. He doesn't come up often. You all know what he has to put up with. He doesn't come up often. He stays very busy in Wichita, but I asked him to come up for a few moments today on our last day as I was able to say goodbye. Every one of us has a personal story, and it's been such a blessing for me to meet many House members and many senators over the years and learn their story about why they ran and what their cause was and who they were trying to be a voice for. Oftentimes in the media, people want to accuse us of taking salaries that are like those of people who serve in Congress or the U.S. Senate, and they think that all we want is fame or newspaper headlines, and that is so absolutely not true. everyone here has a cause, a purpose, and we ran to solve a problem. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my story. Tom and I were former school teachers, and we would buy real estate on the side and fix it up, and we were soon able to leave the teaching profession. And we were heavily in real estate back when the legislature in the late 80s changed the way they taxed property, and commercial property taxes tripled in 1 year unexpectedly and doubled in residential. And there was a property tax outcry going on in the state of Kansas. It was also the year in '89 of redistricting. And my state senator called me at one point in time after the map was passed, and he said, "Susan, you live in a new district. You need to run for office." And I kind of laughed at him. No way. I've never thought about running for office. That's not my thing. But I know how important it is, and so I promised him I would go around to other business leaders in my community. I'd find somebody to run. I'd be their treasurer. I'd help them win. So I went out, talked to a lot of friends. I talked to a lot of my colleagues at church. And I said, we've got an open seat. This is very important. And the first question everybody asks is, what's the salary? And when you tell them the salary, they say, I can't do that. I can't make that sacrifice. This is important. And often they'd end the conversation with, Susan, you need to run. And certainly I'd go home at night and Tom would say, Susan, I think you should run. And finally, on the filing deadline, I decided, okay, I thought about it. I was concerned about property taxes. I was very concerned about a third trimester abortion practice down the street in Wichita, where we had women coming in from all around the world for abortions on viable infants. And so I just thought, okay, I'll run with Tom's blessing. And I was the underdog. It was a 5-way race. I was against the establishment candidate. And we just thought we'd work really hard. I'd knock on doors. And certainly, I won with over 50% of the vote on primary election night. We were pretty excited. We celebrated. That was in August. In September, I was waking up a little nauseous. And by October, I found out we celebrated a little bit too much, and I was pregnant. So I called my state senator. I said, conditions have changed. I need to back out of this race. I'm going to have a baby in May. And he said, you can't do that. And I said, well, just tell me, has anybody ever served in the House or Senate who was pregnant? Let me think about it. I'll call research. You could always call research for any history on your candidates and people who served. And we found a lady who served in the Senate, and she had a son, and she called him Kansas. So he said, Susan, you're not going to be the first pregnant woman to serve in the legislature. And just go ahead and run. Just if you back out, certainly the precinct people will elect your primary opponent. So I came up to the Kansas House. The majority party was thrown out of office. The Republican governor was thrown out of office, all because of property taxes. And so I was in the minority party. And I found out there were 3 other visibly pregnant women, just as pregnant as I was, and there was another woman who hadn't told us yet, but we felt like she was in the same condition. We were all going to deliver in the month of May during the veto session. And there was a big conflict. How are we going to solve problems? There was a shortfall of money, and the legislature passed a sales tax increase. And of course, I didn't vote for it, and we adjourned. And 3 of us all had a baby in the same week. And I was in the hospital with a C-section, and my Democrat colleague was in the hospital with another C-section. And my minority leader called me and said, Susan, you need to come back up. We need to override the governor's veto on the sales tax. Well, I can't do that. We'll bring you up in an ambulance, whatever you need. I can't do that. I can't vote with you. I voted no on the sales tax. So as it turned out, they did bring in one of my colleagues in an ambulance who had a C-section the same day I did, and she was able to override the veto. So this was back in the time when the legislature was very different. You could drink and smoke on the premises, and there was no such thing as ethics, and you could get paid before you made a vote. So it was just very different. And there's been a lot of things we've done over the years to be much more accountable to the people, and things that we've done to be much more transparent, and we're such a better place. And I can still assure you that everyone who runs has a purpose, has a cause, and it's been a wonderful, wonderful experience, and it's been an enriching experience for myself, for my family, for my children as they grew up in the legislature and as they traveled with us, to learn about our representative democracy. We never get what we want, and we can passionately debate for those things we care about, but in the end, we need to remain friends. We need to be able to still go out to dinner, still have drinks, and certainly I've had a wonderful relationship with the minority leader for many years, and my colleagues here in the Kansas Senate have been very, 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 very special to me. I had a very difficult year this year in losing a daughter, and knowing that my majority leader lost a daughter, and my vice president lost a son, and my chair of judiciary lost a son, and knowing that I wasn't the only one that had been through this great tragedy was very comforting. And I'll never forget all your well wishes, your cards, your texts, your flowers. Thank you very, very much. We're going to have a memorial service someday because we really couldn't give her everything she needed. She was an ER doctor over here at Stormont Vale. People used to come and say, Susan, I was in the hospital last night. I met your daughter. I found out she's your daughter. And she's a very compassionate, very caring person. She took a lot of time. She listened. She had time to listen. And she was a tremendous loss. But all of you walked through that event with me. And I want to thank you. Thank you that we can have differences of opinions and still care for each other, and that we can accept negotiating and compromise and come out with the best product possible, which is what we're doing today. And I'm truly proud of each and every one of you and the work that you do. And it's been a tremendous, tremendous honor to serve. Thank you so much.
Madam President, thank you for your service. Thank you for your leadership. I think I can speak on behalf of all of our colleagues in the Senate. While there was an occasional time where we maybe not have agreed with you, there has never been a question of mutual respect. And I think that's the greatest honor that we can bestow on you, is the respect that you've earned from your colleagues in the Senate. So we thank you very much. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Johnson County, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'll make the motion to move the Senate recess until the sound of the gavel.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carried. The Senate is recessed.
Thank you, Madam President, for recognizing me. The Senate Tax Conference Committee will meet in room 582 at 5:50 p.m. The House has called the conference on House Bill 2702.
mind. You have.
Senate will come to order. On an agree to disagree, the chair recognizes the senator from McPherson County, Senator Wilborn.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2054 to agree to disagree and request a new Conference Committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. As second conferees on behalf of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from McPherson, Senator Wilborn, the senator from Shawnee, Senator Rucker, and the senator from Shawnee, Senator Miller. On an agree to disagree, the chair recognizes a senator from Lynn County, Senator Tyson, on 2702.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2702 to agree to disagree and request a new Conference Committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. As second conferees on behalf of the Senate, the chair appoints the senator from Lynn County, Senator Tyson, the senator from Sedgwick County, Senator Kirshen, the senator from Douglas County, Senator Holland. Introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. The clerk will read.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 1616 by Senator Hensley, a concurrent resolution ratifying the state of disaster emergency declarations issued by Governor Laura Kelly and providing for the continuation thereof for the entire 105 counties of Kansas on and after March 12, 2020 through January 25, 2021.
This constitutes introduction of SCR 1616. At this time, I'm referring SCR 1616 to the Committee on Judiciary. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Johnson County, Senator Denning.
Thank you, Madam President. We're waiting on some conference committee reports to come up, so I'll make.
I think he has an announcement.
Madam President, I move the Senate adjourn until the sound of the gavel.
You've heard the
recess.
motion?
Sorry, recess.
We'll recess. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. And I imagine we have an announcement. Senator from McPherson.
Yes, it's, thank you, Madam President. It's not critical right now, but we're awaiting the announcement from the House to form a new conference time and place. Thank you.
So that is coming shortly.
Coming shortly.
And we have the chair Tax on the phone. Do we know when your conference committee's meeting?
The Conference Committee for Tax has not been called. We are waiting on the House to run the agree to disagree. May we go ahead and call that conference committee without having the House pass the agree to disagree?
I don't think so. We'll just leave the mic open. Okay, are there other announcements? We are at recess with the mic open.
I have your attention, please. Just a brief announcement. The Senate Judiciary Committee and the House Judiciary Committee will be meeting right now in the Supreme Court Room 146 South. Thank you.